tunes in the 11 out there as well. That's bringing us up, approaching that dozen number. Davey Chapman also making the trip in car number 43, snugging it a line. So you got a favorite out here? I kind of know who you're going to gravitate to. Who's going to win this thing?
Hard to say. Davey Chapman, he's also one of my favorites.
Steve Siopa, in terms of points, has to perform well in order to keep up, especially with Corey Roman winning earlier tonight.
And he's got to top off Mad Mike DeFricia.
Three-time national champion Mark Siopa, on board Todd Siopa is number 501, Ron McClung. Sentimental favorite for me, that is the Plymouth. Got to go for him. I believe that's a stacked headlight 68 Plymouth Fury.
And I believe that car that Mark is driving was Steve's car from Brookville. I believe that's the car.
The car that Steve is driving was Mark's car from Brookville at the Keystone National.
I think the car that Mark is driving right now, I think that was Steve from Brookville.
I follow what you're saying. About ready to roll off with the championship of the evening. Here we go. Countdown in full effect. Down the track, went after a swing and a miss, didn't hit anybody. As we see the 501 of Mark Siopa snug it up into the back. Yeah, it sure does look an awful lot like that car. You called it. That looks like that one that he had, the Riviera. And Rick Clark takes a shot in the left rear corner. That is not the car that I thought it was, initially identifying it as a different entry. So here we go. Ron McClung trying to get himself out of trouble in that Y-framer as Siopa slugs the nose. Oh, the number 02. Dane Clark shoves his way, being a bully in the Anarchy car. And you see Ron McClung shucking and driving in front of Reiniger in the cycle car. Hard shot delivered on that right rear corner. Psycho comes cutting across the middle, trying to put a shot on the 501 off Mark Siopa. Here comes Ron McClung. Went right after that drive axle. Hard shot delivered, and that did bend the steel bead lock on the 501. Still have everybody running and moving at this juncture. Back tail's way up off the ground for Dane Clark, being drug around like a rag doll. There he goes. Maybe somebody come and knock him off of his perch. Left rear corner really opened up on the 501 of Mark Siopa. We see a couple of guys now slugging away. What a shot that was, right into the back of the Psycho car. Right rear corner, totally gutted. It caused him to stall. Psycho holding still. Riding, about to get hit one more time. And luckily the bumper got hooked. Otherwise that would have been a catastrophic shot to take. Living Well Championship on track here. The final encounter. Trying to crown the 2015 Rectus Warriors champion. Backhand around McClung, 454, really getting torn up now. The blue and black colors of that Plymouth. The backhand really getting torn apart, absolutely shredded. Coons in at number 11, backing it up. Ron McClung also getting real aggressive in the 454. Saw Steve Sayoba make that Steve Sayoba in number 2. Really winding up there momentarily. So far. Dane Clark just popped the right rear corner of one of the cars down here far. Here comes David Day. Right into the back front fender of David Chapman. Ron McClung on the 454 looking for a soft landing. Dangerously close to the driver's door for the 454. Is a good look at Mark Sayopa on board the 501. He backs on the track, looks up a little bit. He's riding her. Somebody's got a motor singing over there. David Day holding still now in the 217. Hewins in the 11, going nose to nose right there with Dane Clark's energy truck. Steering problems for opening 4, Hewins into number 11. Radiator shot by Mark Sayopa in the 501. Jared Talbot in the 204. Being chased now by the 501. Here comes Rick Clark. Steve Sayopa, what a shot that was. Delivered right front and center on the right rear corner of Dane Clark. Really waffled the back frame rail and body of that Crown Vic. Nose starting to looks like maybe going a little bit on the 501. right into that right rear corner. Davey Chapman's out there in his square body Ford. ReAir Mark Siopa back way up there. Rick Clark driving into that right front corner. Also 501 Talbot quick to follow in now in his Josh Hewen, front and center. Psycho in the lighting there in the Psycho car. Lighting are getting a little bit hot. You see those blue candles beginning to light up off the top of the stack. Siopa has the crosshairs locked, missing. Looks like we're calling for a quick red flag.
Good show so far. Good show so far.
Oh, it's been an outstanding show. Look at the back of Steve Siopa's wagon starting to arch up a little bit. A lot of that damage has come at the hands of Rick Clark's front end. Rick Clark is the one who's right now parked on that pillar and buckling the roof up. Officials out there talking to everyone. I assume that it's a conversation quickly, just to tell everybody, pick up the pace. Taking a shot in the dark that's the conversation that's being had on the track right now. So glad everybody could join us at home. This presentation being presented by Big Rock Products, Red Lion Racing Engines, Reckless Warriors, Keystone Nationals, Ski Inc., Brian Muir at DerbyParts.com, E2 Demolition Sliders, and Overkill Derby, OverkillDerby.com. Blizzard Bash, Capital Carnage, Kings of Old School, and Chaos in the Valley. Here we go. Green flag back out, and you see Siopa trying to shove the Ford backwards, trying to get him hung on something. See a couple guys now leaving the frame. Talbot, quick to follow in. JC Molly, he watched tonight. He said you did a nice job. being shoved into, looks like Rick Clark, the 501 right there on top of him as well.
I just got hit with a chunk of mud.
Hewin takes advantage of the opportunity and blasts the back of Talbot. As they were warned, those guys have really turned up the wick. Lots of action out there. Hewin's again going after the 43 and the 02. 43 David Chad and the 02 Rick Clark from Canada. Rain locally has subsided. The track running very well. All kinds of grip out there. These guys really pushing the pace. Dane Clark smoking heavily. Looks like he's got radiator trouble developing. Pushing a lot of water out that overflow. Right in the corner, laid right over. After he took that shot from Steve Scioppa in the middle stages of what is leading into the Limited World Championship. Looking for the last car standing. Talbot working under the dash. Mark Scioppa picks at the bone. Doing blast the right front corner of Talbot's entry. Backs it up now, and the nose really beginning to rise up on the 501 entry. Ripping at the fenders, going at the firewall. Clark meandering his way down the track, makes contact with the Anarchy car of Dane Clark. Shoving that nose up a little bit further. We see Chapman still in the fray. David Chapman able to get his car refired. See Steve Seidel trying to get into the axles and back wheels of the number 11 of Josh Kuhn. Chapman right now desperately trying to refire, pumping a lot of black smoke. He's got it running. Another shot and a stall, trying to get that to refire one more time. Steve Seidel looking like he's in a catbird seat right now. He's able to work with a lot of track around him. Mark Seidel and maybe Dane Clark. Wedged in nose to nose. Yep, there he is, Dane Clark. And Mark Seidel nose to nose along with Josh Kuhn in the mix for number 11. Clark continuing to push water in a heavy fashion, pushing a lot of steam out of it. So at this point, eventually, it looks like we've only got 3 cars out of the running. Excuse me, 4 rather. We've got Ron McClung, the 217 of David Day, the 204 of Jared Talbot, and then that red Lincoln up there at the top of your screen. You can see in the distance towards the back. Otherwise, everybody's still running and moving. This is probably somewhere around 11. Well, that didn't sound good at all.
Not at all.
Chapman might be up the creek at this point. In number 43, problems developing, pouring and no black. He's trying to get that to refire, but we may have lost Chapman. Sounds like a transmission has gone away from... That might be Steve Siopa.
I see sparks under his car.
Look at all the stuff dripping from underneath him. You can see all the stuff dripping. Molten metal coming out from underneath the other side of the machine. He's all done. Calling for a fire.
That can't be good. It's like dripping. It's like a liquid, but it's like on fire.
Things going from bad to worse underneath the 002.
Whoa, on fire.
Trying to make an assessment of what it is that's on fire underneath there.
He put on a good show.
They got it out. They did for a second.
Now it's back again. When I crawled out of my car and I ran out of the track, I saw that when they pulled the green flag again, a car caught on fire in the compact.
Did you see that thing go up? That was crazy.
I was like, oh boy.
Cousin Mark! Cousin Mark!
Tom Siopa animated as we go through this reckless abandoned red flag, pulling for Cousin Mark now in the 001, correction, the 501.
Todd seemed pretty hyper.
Todd's always hyper. He's an excitable guy.
Yeah.
It looks like we've got that situation under control trackside. Gonna lose the 002. I haven't seen Rick Clark in the last few minutes, but I don't see his car anywhere either.
I think it might be down at the other end of the track. I'm not sure though.
Safety crews, track is clear. All right, I see the greens going up. You're down in 3, 2, 1.
Green flag back out, ready to get back underway with this Big Rock River Products Redline Racing Engine Championship feature here at the Great Stoneboro Fair. Night 1 of 2. We'll be back here again tomorrow. So still running, we've got Dane Clark, Josh Kuhn, the 501 of Mark Siopa, and Rick Reininger in the Psycho car. Left front pushed back quite a ways on the cycle car. That's the black automobile buried in a plume of smoke that's limping around trying to get the steering to work. So we've narrowed the field of 11 down to 4. Here we go. We've got Psycho, Dane Clark, Josh Chewin, and the 501 all still out there running and moving. Everybody's sort of in the same thing, disrepair, with the exception maybe being the ReAir car, who has no steering at this point. Chewin's had some problems with the right front corner, but at this point that wheel has stayed upright for him, not seeing too much of a hindrance as he moves it through the number of the Anarchy car driven by Dane Clark. Ooh, driver's door shot. Puts his hands up, lets him know it was unintentional on the 501. 501 using the backside, trying to go after the steering components on the Anarchy car. Now we see some more heavy steam being pushed out. It's coming from under the hood of the Anarchy car. Lost track of ReAir for the moment. ReAir might be all through in the Psycho car, coming home fourth in the order. Looks like he's hung up on Rick Clark's entry. You see the 501 take a shot at the right rear corner of Dane Clark. The 11 now blocking the path, trading off now. Mark Cyber goes at the left front corner of the number 11, John Chewin. A lot of backfire and popping going on for the Anarchy car, barely whipping around now. Definitely has some issues developing under the hood.
That doesn't sound good at all.
Right front wheel now laying over on the 11 of Chewin. Mark Sliopa in the 501, taking his shot, just picking and choosing. The pinion brake beginning to spark now on the rear end of the 501. Blowing red hot, looks like that caliper may have hung up. Got awful quiet out there. It looks like Dane Clark may have just stalled it. And as hot as that thing was, I don't think he's going to get it refired. You hear the popcorn popping firing once again, so it sounds like now you can see he has been able to get that refired, but still slipping around somewhat on life support. No steering. A problem for the number 11 is the 501. Tries to box him in. These steering problems. It's stretched out pretty far on the number 11. It looks like that left front tire is still responding a little bit as he tries to rock this thing back and forth. Just pure muscling it, trying to get it to a point where he can make active contact one more time. Here comes the 501. Going after the number 11. Sounds like the 501 now also might be getting a little hot. As he goes in one more time, crashes in that right side. at Dane Clark as he continues to pop like a popcorn popper. Able to refire one more time in the Anarchy car. That's two and shoving him right in on the wall. What a shot that turned out to be, man. And the Anarchy car just got awful quiet. And it sounds like Hewins might be silent as well. Trying to push some black smoke. There's some flames coming out of it. And Energy. Dane Clark able to refire again. I tell you, when they hit against this wall right in front of the stage, you can feel it shake the whole stage. They are carrying some serious momentum. And these Brachiosaurus crash into one another. The nose on the cycle car really standing up tall now. Bumper pushing back quite a ways. Clark desperate to try and keep his car running and moving. I can't believe that Anarchy car is still running. Unbelievable. Great drive by Dane Clark.
That car's way overheated. That car's way overheated.
It's a little hot, isn't it?
Yeah. Doesn't sound too good.
No, no, it does not. Now navigating down the track is the 501, following the 11 of Hewins. Want to remind everybody we're going to try this again tomorrow. We'll be live right here from Stoneboro. And then after that, September the 19th, we'll be live at the Kings of Old School Team Show in Whitney Point, New York. Then we do a DVD date with the Brookfield Wheel Days. At the same time, we're going to send the other cameras all the way out to Dunkirk to cover the Lake Erie Rumble. Take a little bit of time off, and then we are back on the road October the 24th with another live stream event planned at the Chaos in the Valley show, second annual Chaos in the Valley at the Shenandoah County Fairgrounds in Woodstock, Virginia. And after that, we head off to Blizzard Bash in Topeka, Kansas. Hewins trying to just back him in, get the 501 to sink himself. Playing wise right now, not generating a lot of tire spin when they are wedged nose to nose, trying to get him to overheat the transmission. Just pack as much heat into that car as he can. You can hear the tires spinning on that dry part of the surface now that they have unearthed. What a battle this is turning into.
Like a push-off. Just pushing each other.
You think Josh can do it?
I don't know. I mean, I think he can. Oh, Mark got free. Let's see what he can do.
Got him free, exactly right. Let him get out.
Wasn't
able to make contact with him, however, and now wedging, trying to wedge him in one more time, get him stuck. Heck of a chess match being waged between these two drivers now. So we see the 501, Mark Sliopa pulling away, getting a little bit of room to work with. Backs it up in a high rate of speed and does not make it. Gonna try it one more time, backs it up, and this time to make contact with the front end of the number 11. 11's got to be careful. This is the chess match continuing to be played. Cat and mouse with the 501 and the 11. Trying to limp their way into victory lane at this point. The front end pushed way back on that ReAir. Look at the nose on that 501, Mark Triopa. Just jacked way up in the air. Refired there for Stoneboro, continuing to get packed in. Steering situation going from bad to worse on the number 11 as he's lost more control. Having trouble navigating out of this predicament. The 501, obviously the aggressor. The 60-second shot clock has been enacted on the number 11. He has not made a hit. He's rocking back and forth, but he's not making active contact. 501 has an opening, trying to wedge him in right now. Trying to close it out right here. Stoneboro Fair. If he can make one more shot and wedge him in, and wisely got to and gets out of it. Now he's trying to do the same thing one more time over by the disabled on the McClung vehicle. That's a blue 454. Just shoved him like a like a bulldozer. Josh is trying to get out of there. He's not in a real good spot right now. What Martin's doing, trying not to give up too much ground, because if he gives up too much ground, it'll let the 11 get away. He's trying to keep it pinned in with the hope he's going to be able to squeeze him in between the Talbot car and the Anarchy car. Right there at the top of the screen, you can see him in the background. Motor sounds good, still running strong. Mark being patient with his shot, trying to find the shot that he wants. He's got it right there. Trying to get the 11 hung up now. It almost worked. And now he's trying to get him hung and stuck and pinned. This could be the beginning of the end. Using the dead car to his advantage. Ron McClung, his 454, going to play into the outcome of the Stoneboro Living World Championship. $1,000 to win right now. The 501 backs it up. He's got the 11 stuck. Shot clock definitely enacted. Don't hit him too hard. He's going to knock him free. Goes right back to the 12. One more time, trying to pin him in tighter. The 11 backing up. He's got himself free. And they come meeting headlight to headlight, front and center. 501 still appears to be in control as we move through this. certainly the more mobile at this juncture as the back end opened way up on the 501. Mark Siopa, the 11, can't do anything but move forward. Now Siopa pulling a long ways away, trying to get a lot of room to work with. Elects to turn around. He's going to back it up. What he's doing right now, he's using up a lot of shot clock. So with all this time that he's taking idling backwards, the 60-second shot clock is still running on the number 11, and he has to make active contact. So the 501, nice and patient, trying to make sure that he is exactly the spot that he wants him to be in before he takes the shot. Goes ahead, drives forward now again, trying to milk that clock as best as possible. US takes the stick down. That's going to do it. Your winner, the 501, Mark Siopa.
Way to drive, Mark Siopa.
You kind of called it when we were talking about it in between. What a run.
Yeah.
So, any thoughts on the outcome of that thing?
That was pretty good driving. I mean,
Pretty good job.
Yeah.
You going to come back over here tomorrow?
I might.
We're going to be back here again tomorrow. Here, Stoneboro Fair, the super stocks on the card, along with the Pro Mods compacts, also on the docket. Heats and feature format for the Pro Mods. If you like what you see tonight, a lot of these cars are going to go to the welder, put in some kickers, get them ready to come on back. Not too shabby right there. Could have been you, Todd Siopa. That could have been you. That could have been you.
That's what I said. Didn't get me too far.
So here we go. Well, we appreciate everybody coming and hanging out with us here at the Stoneboro Fair. Anybody that you want to say hi to before we sign off for the night?
No.
No? No, you're good?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I hope to see you again tomorrow. I'm going to need help up here.
All right. Thanks for having me.
You bet. Good run tonight.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank
You
you.
got to turn the webcam on so everybody can see us. But that is going to do it for us tonight from the Stoneboro Fair. We had a trying 3 hours with you, but nonetheless, we were able to get through all of it, get this show out there, and it looked like everybody was able to at least enjoy the main event here at the Stoneboro Fair. Our winner, 501, Mark Siopa. Second place going to Josh Chewins, the 11th. Third place, the Anarchy car, Dane Clark. That is going to do it for us. Once again, appreciate everybody hanging out with us and being part of the conclusion of the Reckless Warriors 2015 tour. We're going to be back here to put the fork in it, the Stoneboro Fair, one more time tomorrow. So for Austin Hartzell, who ran the camera, Donnie Hartzell was here with us, our guest, Todd Siopa, and of course, young Mr. Henshaw here. That's going to do it for us. We'll see you right back here tomorrow. Thanks a lot.
The 2015 Wadena Grand Slam. Full Lockwood Motorsports and the 2015 Keystone National. Siopa Racing and SiopaRacing.com. Ultimate Derby and Blizzard Bash 2015. Demo Derby Master. Reckless Abandon Derby apparel at RecklessAbandonGear.com. And Derby Inc. magazine. Live it, breathe it, be it, Derby Inc. Crash Course Podcast is brought to you in part by DerbyParts.com. The 2015 Wadena Grand Slam. Full Lockwood Motorsports and the 2015 Keystone National. Siopa Racing and SiopaRacing.com. Ultimate Derby and Blizzard Bash 2015. Reckless Abandon Derby apparel at RecklessAbandonGear.com. And Derby Inc. magazine. Live it, breathe it, be it, Derby Inc.
This is the Crash Course Demolition Derby Podcast coming to you live trackside from the Spring Zone. the final event for the 2015 Reckless Warriors Tour. I am Chris Marcoy. Joining me here at the table, we've got Donnie Hartzell also joining us here. Special guest Hank Pensek making the drive in all the way from Dunkirk. A little bit of an adverse situation here. We have clearer skies than what we had last night. Nonetheless, even worse signal. So we're going to go ahead and make this work live to tape. Donnie, we had an exciting day through the course of it. We'll get into that here in just a few minutes as we wait for the arrival of the Power Wheels. Only 5 Pro Mod cars showing up, a whole slew of super stock cars. Right now, we're looking at Corey Roman as the points leader. That's going to change for sure as we get through that. We'll get into that here in a little bit as well. But first, Hank, first and foremost, how was your ride in?
Nice. Patrick, though. Patrick was getting very anxious.
Patrick always gets anxious.
Yes, I had to light a cigarette up for him because he was just out of control. They were backed up to the fire hall down the road here. Everybody's trying to get into this big show.
This is the end of the line for the Reckless Warriors Tour. We'll come away naming the top 10 in Reckless Warriors points and likewise crown the 2015 Reckless Warriors champion. The final encounter here at the Great Stoneboro Fair. We had some awesome action last night. You didn't get the chance to make it down and check that out, but you're right. This place was jam-packed last night, and I'm telling you, they've crammed more people in tonight. Donnie, you look at these grandstands, they're absolutely loaded. The track, it looked a little soupy here when we got here, but again, it is rounded into form pretty well. You know, tell me what you think.
They're definitely packing in.
Here's a good look at what we're looking at in terms of our track surface for tonight. We see the Power Wheels ready to track their way into the arena. Looks like my cell phone is officially charged, so one thing has gone right so far this evening. Got the chance to see Davey Chapman. A lot of guys running for points now. The trucks proved to be the difference last night. Corey Roman coming away with a win that puts him on top of the Reckless Warriors points tour with 225 points. Mike DeFriesche coming home 4th in the order with his truck. So leaves him with 222 points, now 3 points off the pace. Assuming both of those guys got through tech inspection on the first try, we were looking at some interesting twists for the truck division, or excuse me, for the Pro Mod division, but with only 5 Pro Mods here, that is now going to be a one-shot deal and not points. So Corey Roman leaving on the table points as a heat winner, likewise leaving points on the table because the points breakdown changes to only 11 points to win for first place when there's fewer than 10 cars in the division. So Corey Roman needing an absolute miracle at this point because odds are right now favoring that Mike DeFriesche has the best chance to come away with the championship. He is enrolled in a very stout super stock division. Ron McClung's going to be out there. Corey Roman might be looking for some friends in that division to maybe try and knock off Mike DeFriesche early. And if he can make something happen, he can cling barely to that 3-point lead and jump out in front and hang on to that through the course of the night and come away that first-time champion.
If he drove it like he did last night, I think he's got a good chance. He did very well.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
We've got well, we're doing live to tape right now just because we have no signal. We can't get anything to work. Well,
I told you, he was...
he is well wound up, isn't he? We
Osmond's on side here. He's wound up.
That was a good show, wasn't it?
If it doesn't go his way, he's wound up.
So we got the distraction of our track announcer. He's all wound up and ready to go. Pat Osmond here, trackside, lamenting the challenges of trying to break his way into the stage. I don't know how he managed to get up there. We tried to make it work out, but sure enough, he was able to knock on the door. Nice shirt, by the way. Representing Mad Mike's Derby Shop. We were talking a little bit about the implications for the course of the points. So because we've got so many entries in the Super Stock division, that is going to be a regular full point standalone points paying event. So Mike DeFrecia has some room to work with, given that both of those guys have made it through tech inspection on the first try. Kind of close. The other wild card of this, third place is Steve Siopa with 202 points coming into tonight. Not even going to enter. Is not going to be here. So Steve Siopa not in attendance. So Josh Coons has the opportunity to climb up the ladder. Rich Reidinger, likewise, also with the opportunity to climb up the ladder. Rich Cipra was rumored to have the opportunity to climb up the ladder with a quote-unquote surprise. He's sitting out there on the outside looking into the top 5. Davey Chapman, he's in attendance. He's running the same car as he did last night, electing to take that car out there for the pro mods. It was Ron McClung, who's right now 11, 12, 13, 14th overall, trying to grab some points, running his super stock car last night, got down into a top 7 finish, band-aided that thing back together. He's trying to do the same thing, and Rick Clark also trying to race his way into the top 10. They've got some ground to make up. I don't think that mathematically they have any shot whatsoever, being that they're over 100 points behind our leaders, but nonetheless, they do have a shot at breaking into that top 10, where you get to go to the final year-end banquet and take your pick of any one of the 10 prizes that's provided by the number of different sponsors here on the Reckless Warriors Tour. Among them include, as you see on the screen, Big Rock Derby Products, Redline Racing Engines, awesome engine available there at the year-end banquet. We've also got DerbyParts.com, Ski Inc., HLK Derby Tires. We've got Franzo Construction, which is a full-time tour sponsor. We've got Ski Inc., DK Derby Tire, M&M Boys, DPE, whole litany of sponsors, and all those prizes are going to be sitting on the table. First place gets their pick of the 10 prizes that are out there. Second place gets their pick of whatever's left, and on down the line until 10th place gets whatever's left. So kind of cool that second place guy might still end up with a power plant if the winner isn't a Redline guy. But right now, Corey Roman and Mike DeFrecia. Corey Roman running his old Redline engine last night in his truck. He's certainly a proponent of those, and Mike DeFrecia, it's no secret, he's had Redline motors in his car all year long. You had a couple of the Baldwins show up at Hank's hometown up in Dunkirk.
We did.
Todd Elman driving a Baldwin power plant in championship night back at the first weekend of August. Was he pretty happy with that?
He was very happy with that. And I ran the old motor, but that Baldwin ran really good. I was really pleased with it. Didn't miss a beat. Didn't get hot. Tranny coolers is what got us. It just can't predict the future.
Well, there's no question about that. Nonetheless, though, it was the $400 junkyard motor that came away with the overall win. Jim Elman driving that basically.
I know. Yeah. In a Hank built car, though. You got to tell everybody in a Hank built car.
Well, the Hank built car was there was a lot of Hank built cars out there, but nonetheless, it was an emotional win for those guys coming away with that victory. And now tomorrow on Labor Day weekend, the final state championship in New York at the New York State Fairgrounds in Syracuse. They're going to tear those grandstands down, so more than likely we won't be having another one at least in this form. And Jim Elman's got a car together, and he's going to be taking a car up there.
2001 Crown Vic, runs good. We did everything we're supposed to do, and I think he's a driver to give it hell. So I'm hopeful.
Is he excited about it?
He's nervous. He's just nervous because you go that far and something crazy happens. He's just nervous.
It's not quite the same as when you're running in Dunkirk.
No,
not quite the same build, is it?
We can do just a little bit more in Dunkirk.
A little bit more?
We can weld the doors, and we can run on any tire we want. So just a little bit more.
And plate everything.
Yeah. The rules are in black and white. We fill the gray area in with weld, Come on down. Bring your Big Bird imps and come on down to Dunkirk. We'd love to destroy them on here.
We're trying very hard to get the okay to live stream that show next summer.
If I'm in charge of the show, you're going to be there doing it. I'm hence retired from the Stock County Fair, so maybe they'll offer me the spot.
Did you go ask them?
I've been offered. I've been asked to help, but I want control. You got to get these cheaters out of there.
I don't know if that's entirely. I disagree with that. The phrasing of that's probably wrong. You don't need to get the cheaters out of there. You just got to get everybody to be honest. I don't want to see anybody have to go. I mean, that's a great show up there, and the caliber of drivers are outstanding. We saw Jared Talbot here last night.
Did you really?
Yep.
Yeah, he's a good competitor. Oh, we got to stand for the.
You got to go ahead and do that.
Okay?
Hang on one second.
Please bow your head. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you we are able to come together as free Americans on a wonderful night at this great fair. We ask you watch over the drivers, the crews, and our officials and all the fans. That they
Cheaters out of there, that's
bring them home safe. Please keep this nation free. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. Oh, what a great crowd! Standing room only. We're going to start off with the Power Wheel
Power Wheels on deck coming up first.
Demolition Derby Series.
Well, we were talking a little bit about, the Element family coming away and what an emotional win and what an emotional weekend was. We've documented that thing pretty well, but nonetheless, how great would it be to come away with that state championship?
That would be awesome. That would be absolutely awesome. You know, for the last year, it would be a perfect end of a great season so far. With some tragedy in the beginning, it's shaping up to be a pretty good year. For us.
Not so bad as we see the the whole troop of Power Wheels now making their way out onto the track. You see Gravedigger sitting right here out in front of us. The 7L moving into a lot of the orange colors from Mad Mike the Frisch's shop. And the half-fast car, I believe that is one of the Shearer cars. Everybody's anxious to get this thing going.
I can't believe how many people are here. This is amazing.
Place is packed, isn't it?
It is.
Kobe and that's the black and green car that's right there, dead center of everything. That is it's one of the Psycho cars, Rich Ridinger teams, Team Psycho. So once again, just want a big thank you to our internet sponsor, E2 Demolition Derby Sliders, who's helping us connect and get out to you guys here from the Stoneboro Fair. Also want to make mention we're going to be live here in 2 weeks from a proven facility. We'll be in Whitney Point, New York, for the Kings of Old School Demolition Derby, the team format show, which we're going to have the opportunity to see you run in. Donnie, you're going to be down there running a compact.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, losing your hair is not cool. You miss out on a 111. Think about it. You had a dog and all its hair fell out. Would you pet it?
That's a 3-man team down there.
Yeah, for
Three
the
car
compound,
teams,
yeah. And full size.
We used to run football in Dunkirk, and it was so hard to get 4 guys to run together. It just kind of...
So here we go with the Power Wheel contingent off and running. You're going to see this in a couple weeks at the Lake Erie Rumble show up there in Dunkirk. They got some Power Wheels action that was scheduled up at that show.
We're doing a giveaway. We're going to give away a Power Wheels for home and a Power Wheels for the Derby ready. Local fire department's going to put on a Power Wheels raffle.
These are our future stars of Demolition Derby. I can't wait to leave it out and say, Dad, you should have put bigger tires on it. What was wrong with the bumper?
We were down in Virginia for one of these Power Wheels shows one time, and one of the guys had a fire truck, and the fire truck had this factory rod that went from the front end to the back end, and it just stiffened the whole thing up. And it was new, probably in 1981. It was all sun faded and everything. And when he was going, and he was doing all of his hitting with the nose, and it just blasted the nose apart. Chunks of plastic came off at every time he hit something. There was a guy down in Virginia at Josh Patton, I believe, at the Shenandoah County Fair in Woodstock, who wants to have an adult Power Wheels Derby.
Oh,
I'm in. It was pretty strange down at Dunkirk when we had this the first time, and some of the Power Wheels started on fire.
Yeah, it's because everybody was cheating them up.
Well, I heard that. It's a little muddy out there.
A little bit, but this thing's going to run in just fine. Four one and dones. Can't overlook the Power Wheels. We're out on the track right now. Looks like they're going to give them probably 15 minutes or so, just like we do at most of the shows that we get off to. But you're asking about that team show. Are you going to make it over to Kings of Old School, that team format?
I'd like to go over and watch.
You can help me do commentary up there in the booth?
I'm in. I learned a lot of things when I'm doing commentary with you. We went to Kentucky a couple of years ago, and everybody up there during breaks, we were talking about this and talking about that. So I took all that home and put it in a car, you know?
Right.
So thank you.
That was the Super Imperial?
No, I actually put it into a Ford, a newer style 08 frame with an 83 body and a 69 subframe underneath it.
Oh, in Kentucky.
Yeah.
Yeah. We had a lot of time to talk out there.
Yeah, Josh Decker, and then the guy from Pennsylvania. Can't remember his name. He was telling me a few things. I got the fortunate of sitting next to him and watching the show. So I learned a lot. Sometimes you just got to be quiet and listen, and I listened that day.
You got to know when to lead and know when to follow? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, you just got to listen. You know, when you're sitting next to, what's that guy's name? You know, the one from PA that runs hard? He was official at Bash for Cash last year.
Pete Hansen?
Pete Hansen. I'm sitting next to Pete Hansen. I know who he is. He has no idea who I am. And he's
Which
like,
is perfect for you, right?
Perfect. He's like, that old iron should be tilted, and you should do this, and you should do that. I'm just taking it all in. Thank you, Pete. So I hope you can get somebody down there to film that Dunkirk show, though, because
Yeah, that's already we've already got that in the works. Donnie and Austin are going to take the second rig. We're only going to have ground cameras, but we are going to be able to tape it.
that'll be awesome. That'll be awesome. I'll get you a tape from my GoPro or something. My 16-year-old daughter's going to be in the old iron heat down there.
Wait, what?
The old iron heat.
AJ's going to the old iron heat?
My daughter,
What's she driving?
she's going to drive my Chevy wagon.
Sweet.
So one
green
more
one?
run. Yep, the green one. One's going to come out for, I think,
There's anything left of that?
the front end is perfect. I just broke the steering box off, and everything from the A-frames forward is above the hood. So we're going to get that out there for her. I just got to build a radiator protector, and I think she'll be just good. So I'm hopeful.
I want you to bring one of the wagons down to Chaos in the Valley at the end of October.
I seen that on on the computer screen earlier. That sounds fun.
Chaos in the Valley down in Shenandoah.
That'd be fun, I think.
Shenandoah Valley. It's an awesome show. They got a great set of rules. Jason and Peggy Shipe.
Can you flat top them fresh?
That I couldn't tell you for sure. I didn't see it last year. You get some 9-wire provisions in that.
That helps those wagons out a lot. This is the future demo, and I love watching these kids. They're so excited. They smile. Look at the smiles. I mean, and then all these parents are on their feet watching them, you know? It's just awesome. I love it. I love it.
It's going to be a good time.
I love it.
There's my co-host from last night making his way up onto the stage.
He ran a youth.
Yep. He was in the youth cars last night.
That is awesome for our sport.
His
also.
first derby was here at Cavalier. He got in and helped build the thing.
These kids are learning on these young kids are learning on these compacts. They got a curve above me because I'm still learning, and I've only ran a couple.
Yeah, I'm surprised that. I mean, with all the conversation that revolved around Jim bringing a car up to the Labor Day show in Syracuse, revolving around the compact, he elected to go with that Ford.
Yeah, it was just a matter of price and what we could find, and I think Jimmy might need a little bit more car, so we can't beat a $500 Crown Vic, you know?
Usually not.
Yeah. Only had to replace like 6 body mounts in it with new ones, and we're good to go.
Nice.
Runs good, no wobble in the front of the motor. You know,
that's good.
Took the heat on. You know, we did a few little things, little tricks to it, but he's a good driver, and I think he's running with a couple good guys up there. He's running with Timmy Sr. and Timmy Jr. Aniszewski. They're past winners, so I think it'll be a good show.
60 seconds only.
So,
1 minute left. 1 minute left.
that one kid out there with a spiked helmet there, that's a Hank move right there. Get the big wind up. Here he comes in for the big end. Whoa. I love it. I love it. Oh, and he's relentless. He's
Listen
going back
to
for more.
that Charger out there. We just see the nose of it popping through the green fenders on it. Man, he's out there doing some serious impacts.
I've never seen one of those before.
One of the Mad Mike, I believe that's a police car, actually.
Oh,
It's a Dodge Charger looking police car.
lots of Jeeps. Jeeps are famous, you know.
The orange young lady there right in front of the guy from Mad Mike's Derby shop.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear from the
Trying to get them used to rocking it out, getting it free. That's going to do it. All finished up onto the big car, so the compacts are going to come out first, I would believe, and then we'll move into Super Stocks Pro Mod's going to finish the night.
I've never been here before. How is it fast?
Very fast. That track is hard underneath there. There is a lot of surface to work with underneath there, for sure.
Alrighty, first heat race. Time to go get your card or their first event.
I think if I was a kid in this youth, the Power Wheels, I think I'd go for the Gravedigger. It just looks like a wagon, you know?
Mikey Riddle's kid had one of those in Dunkirk last year.
Yeah, they're just a little bit heavier and give a little bit
The
more.
blue Jeep that's out there,
Yeah.
that thing's a beast.
It looks it. Is it loaded?
No, it's not loaded, and it's not tilted either. I know that was your next question.
Yeah.
That was without doubt going to be your next question. But no season point series for the Power Wheels though this year.
Nope, no points.
All the kids are walking away with smiles. That's awesome, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Yep. And no one caught on fire.
Nobody got inspired. Nobody got hurt.
Definitely inspires them for the sport.
Get some hooked. Some of these kids that are out there in the Power Wheels, it's just a matter of time before they get into the compacts. I mean, these guys, you see a lot of the same colors as their parents and uncles and that are running in the full-size Derby ranks. It's just a matter of time of this. See how hard that track is where that number 7 just looped around? Really, really hard surface. Hank Pensick sitting here at the table with us along with Donnie Hartzell, doing a little bit of pre-race commentary, getting ready to go with the final encounter, the final night of the final encounter. Want to plug that in?
This far end, it's bone dry.
Thank you.
I'll do the best I can. That's a tired Charger right there that we just plugged into. Bo Lockwood coming in your screen. On patrol.
Was baseball bats?
Yep. I love that. All season long, Reckless Warriors Tour, the heavy hitters come away with baseball bats.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Pretty neat, right?
Sweet.
I want
And they
one.
are beautiful baseball bats. They got
They are
the wood neck and butt and a black barrel, and they've been wood burned. And they're blasting with the Reckless Warriors logo, heavy hitter award. It's pretty neat.
Sounds good.
So Austin Hartzell about to get a little wet over there as they go into some track maintenance activities.
For
Close to
round
getting.
He got covered with mud last night.
Well, it rained last night.
Did it really?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
right now the cloud cover, this front that was making its way from Pittsburgh this direction, looks like it is stagnated, and the clouds really haven't moved at all over the top of the covered grandstands as we look above us. But yeah, when the rain came down, man, the track stayed great. Especially once the rain stopped, the weld division that was out there, the limited welds, they were getting all kinds of bite and put on a great show. But he got peppered pretty good over there in the corner.
That's good for the young kids, you know?
Yeah,
It happens to us in our cars, so
That's right.
you got to get it now.
On the topic of cars, we had a chance to go tour a couple of the local facilities here. We got to visit Kelly O's.
Oh, yeah.
Last night we got to visit Primanti's, which are a couple of legendary eateries here in the greater Pittsburgh area, and then we went and toured the Scioppa compounds.
Oh boy,
That was so cool.
oh
was
boy.
so cool.
I mean, they made us put our phones
In a box.
at the door. We weren't.
That's awesome.
Leave him in
That's
the car.
awesome. I should start doing that at my shop.
Yeah, right?
Too many pictures get on that internet of my shop.
We didn't even want to put them on the internet. We just wanted to take pictures.
Oh,
But
Yeah.
we got to take in the sights of the city. We got to see the what they call it, the park, the triangle,
Yeah, the triangle.
with a fountain in the middle of that. That was cool. The battleship that was adjacent to Heinz Field.
did you guys
That
get to go
was
to Scioppa's bar or no?
Not the bar, but we got to go to the shops where they do all the building.
Yep.
I bet you that was impressive.
That was impressive to say the least. It was awesome.
No shortage of anything.
I met those guys at Bo's Showdown in Brookville once, and then I met them at Bash for Cash a couple times. They're class act there.
Yeah, it took us around. We got to see all sorts of stuff, and we saw what was left of the Caprice that Mark Scioppa drove to win last night in the limited well divisions, and that thing, I couldn't believe how twisted that was. That thing
Yeah.
was just spent.
Oh, yeah. Like 3 different spots.
Yeah, it was bent where it was bent, and it was bent again behind it.
Bend on bends. I love that. I love
But
that.
Steve Scioppa choosing to go into Blizzard Bash mode
Oh, yeah.
tonight. Instead of coming back to run, putting some kickers in his wagon. The nose of it looked fine. Back end of it was a little worse for wear, but nothing that was impossible.
That's why I like using the front end of cars, because they're so much easier to fix than the back ends.
But he instead of fixing that car, he chose to go into what he said Blizzard Bash mode, getting ready for the Scioppa Racing, the Beast of the East, wearing the black and yellow Pittsburgh colors out there in the team format Blizzard Bash, where we're going to be coming up in November. So busy couple weeks coming up on deck for us. Looking forward to the travel. Hopefully all the equipment can make it through the end of the year. I tell you, it has been through quite the trip this summer.
How many miles you got logged this year?
I lost track of it. This is Derby number 27.
Whoa. Whoa. How many more?
7 or 8, I think.
Awesome. Awesome.
Looks like the last Derby, if everything holds true to form right now, the last Derby of the year is going to be the 5th of December, and the first Derby next year is going to be the 13th of February, with at least 2 year-end banquets. No, 3. At least 3 year-end banquets, because we've got Scioppa's, we've got this one, Reckless Warriors, and then we've got the Northeast Derby Party, in whatever iteration that takes form of. So, yeah,
Awesome.
And then the first Derby, like I said, is the 13th of February next year.
Where's that December 5th show?
Where is that? Big Sandy Arena in West Virginia.
Nice.
And that's already filled.
Really?
You can't get a spot to compete there. You're going to have to go stand on the sidelines and watch if you want to take that show in.
Not too much water on this track now. Come on.
No, it's all going to run right. It's going to run right underneath all that slime. It'll be fine.
Perfect. These officials here, are they Bo Lockwood's guys?
Yes, they are.
Same guys as Brookville?
Yep, same guys.
Good. Past Derby drivers, stuff like that. That's
Yep.
awesome.
What's up?
Alrighty, we're just about ready to go.
We got in a 1.3 star quality inn.
Nice. Those are the best
It
sometimes.
had running water and a bed, which is all we really needed.
Yep.
Our place was pretty nice. For some reason, the whole room was like damp.
Oh, and free coffee.
Yeah. Where was that?
I have no clue. I don't know where I'm at right now.
Yeah.
All right, the track is clear. We are ready to bring them on in. First one up will be the compact cars, ready to do battle.
What fits comfortably on this track?
Stoneboro Fair. Are you
Can you
ready?
get a lot on there?
Maybe 16, 18, something like
Good.
that.
That is not enough noise for a crowd this size. We're going to try that again. I said, are you ready to rock? Come on. Now we're ready to get down and dirty. Pick the driver's name, hometown, paint job or number. Root them on in each event. It makes it a lot more fun. Compact feature is rolling trackside. In the 32, Brendan Say. 87R, Dwayne Redinger.
Cavalier wagon.
Oh, yeah.
Dan Hill coming out. Looks like another Cavalier.
23. Austin Matthiasen out of Jackson, 78.
Where's the Camrys?
A lot of Cavaliers.
Yeah,
You
there's
like
a
the
lot
Cavaliers
of
down
Cavaliers
here?
Yeah. Absolutely.
I believe that's Matt Baker at Adrian 61X. 17K, Sam Kitchen.
Another wagon.
Sandy Lake. Keith Paul out of Brookfield in the 222.
So here we go, ready to roll off with the compacts. Looks like we got about 14 cars out there. It only took them about 12 minutes to get through about this many in the youth division last night, so we'll have to see if this holds true to form.
See some hitting.
Most wanted fine art car out there. That's the yellow one with MWFA on the back, just at the edge of your screen, just above that Smashed Empire Films logo. Again, this is Smashed Empire Films and Crash Course Demolition Derby podcast coming to you live from the final encounter of the second night here at the Great Stoneboro Fair, ending the season for the Reckless Warriors Tour. Looking to see if Corey Roman, Mike DeFreesia, or possibly even Josh Coons or Rich Ridinger can jump in there and steal that title away as the champion of the Reckless Warriors 2015 Tour. Green flags are up around the track. Looks like we're just about ready to turn them loose for the first time.
Ready to bring it down. Kids, help me calm down. Quarter flag.
My favorite part is the countdown, because then it's all mayhem.
Boy, front and center, what a shot he just took right there. That might have knocked the CV out of the left front of that car, boy. He took a violent shot. Boy, the back corner of that car just got wobbled. Whoa, tire just came loose.
Yeah, buddy.
That scared me a little bit.
Boy, they are going after it, using every bit of track that they've got. Like we said, about 18 cars comfortably. They had a little bit more room that they could have packed them in there, but they're using all of it that they've got right now. The 85, after he took that shot nose to nose, he hasn't been able to move at all. Matheson, full track. All the way in on the number 17K, minor impact, nothing of consequence.
Call that. That's a Saturn. All
Boy.
the plastic came off.
Matheson is just sending it in at number 80. That Say 32S car is a Dodge Dynasty, looking real strong out there as we see the 17K spinning around in front of us, trying to get an angle on something. Matheson turns it up again. All done. 17K pulls the stick down as we see the 304 backing up. Again, once again, no lineups to work off of. Walker takes a hard shot backwards. Wow, what a lick that was.
A nice set.
Three's using both ends of the car like crazy.
Look at that wagon just off to the right. There's a good look at a wagon as he comes piling on top of the Say 32. Front bumper just got hooked on the plastic door of that Saturn. All the plastic now ripped off of the Saturn.
friends down here.
That dynasty's in real trouble right now. There's a 32. Oh, man, not the choice to make right there. Bumper left somewhere underneath the 63. That'll probably do it for that dynasty. He's probably all done.
Red flag. We got Winnie roasted at 77S. Going on down under the hood.
This is a reckless abandon red flag.
Let's get that driver out. All right, driver's out safely. Fire company on the spot to make sure we put it out. We're trying to protect our drivers. That's Tim Gillette. That went up in smoke.
His Austin's already starting to get covered with mud.
Drivers, please make sure your belts are. Your helmet is strapped on when we go green again. We're not close yet. We'll count you down. Want to make sure we put up that fuel fire. Don't want it to go up. Not that close to the crowd.
Hey, Rick Clark might need that.
Yeah. Just saw that piece on. I don't know. Like, it looks like it could be a shifter down the line. Rick Clark could need that later on.
Yeah.
Did you leave the airbag in?
Rick Clark was in, I believe it was Lee Johnson's car last night. It was a borrowed car from a friend of his back home in Canada. Last time we saw him over at the Clarion County Fair, he was trying to use a spare shifter from under the floor to wedge the front bumper of Mike DeFriscia off of his A-pillar. They unhooked the car, and he went on to win that in the Clarion.
Yeah, that was pretty hilarious.
How about a round of applause for the
I seen Patrick Osmond get out of his car one time and shove his jackknife into a guy's tire so he could get off of somebody's bumper. Yep,
That absolutely did happen.
it happened.
Alrighty, hold on. Gotta get the fire.
He asked the guy, though. He asked him, can I pop your tire to get off you? Sure. He was DQ'd later in the day.
They let me know when everybody is ready. All right, flags are raised, kids. Here we go. We're gonna get her done in 3, 2, 1. It's time.
That 32 driver just pulled his stick down in frustration, but I tell you, the only one he can really be mad at is himself. Got way, way, way too aggressive with those shots. Barrel into the front of that 87R, and it took himself out. It laid that core support right backwards, and right away we saw problems with heat. Begin to take form, and then the second shot, when that point of the 87R went into that front core support, it ruptured the radiator, and it was all over.
87R's got a pointy Mopar bumper on it. Why would you even think about going nose to nose with it?
That Saturn basically stripped down to a bare frame right now.
Yeah,
And
pretty much.
all the plastic peeled right off it.
Look out, Patriots trying to get Big Around down the back.
There you go. You got him. Now hit him.
Once again, we are down to our, looks like our final four at this point. We lost the,
That Leanne is holding her own against these three guys. I think she's hitting a little harder than most of them.
Baker is done. We are down to 4 drivers.
watching closely. Seems like this is the busy end of the track down here at the far end. We see the 43, the wagon, another wagon here in the 87R.
Oh, it's getting quiet.
Well, we got cars shutting off and they're retired. The 87R comes going. Still 4 at it.
Who's in the 87R?
We don't have lineups.
You don't have them?
We don't have lineups, no.
Okay. I think it's time he turns the car around and starts using that
Yep,
Mopar bumper.
Absolutely. Start skewering these compact cars.
And it looks like our car moves up the good stuff. He's on the clock. Tick, 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 and retire. She's working frantically trying to get it to go. Our officials looking at their watches. That's not a good sign.
That was a good nose-to-nose shot delivered by that 87. As the 43 come darting in on him.
6 snaps off. She's done. We're down to 3.
I think we might be down to 3 cars. 63.
It's looking like it. 63, the 43, and the 87R.
Well, maybe Leanne's still going over there in the corner.
She's all done. They just indicated that her stick had to be broken off, unfortunately. Kind of looks like the 43 at this point is the most mobile car out there, showing the least amount of damage at this point. Back end looks like it rolled up pretty well for him in that number 43. 87R. Laboring, now he's got it refired, comes across and able to put a passenger side shot on that number 43.
Motors are getting hot, steam starting to blow.
Car's still out there shucking and moving, trying to find some room to work with. Down to our final two, the 87 with that Mopar bumper on the front is still out there. running moving. The 43
Oh,
all finished.
That Mopar bumper fell off.
Oh, it did fall off. Look at that.
There's a tough break.
Oh, yeah.
You got to keep that thing backwards now. Try and protect that front end. We've talked about it a million times. These little cars do not like to get hot.
No,
Start
sir.
pumping heat into those four-cylinder motors, and they start getting awful. Awful tight.
I got a Camry motor with 268,000 miles on it. I'm putting it into a 38,000 mile car because it runs that good. That's what I won Tioga with. I won my heat at Tioga with. Can't beat those four cylinders when they got 200,000 plus miles on them. Those are the ones that get. Put a timing chain in them or a timing belt in them and go. Down to 2 now.
We're officially at 2.
Now it becomes a game of cat and mouse when you got 2 left.
What happened to Talbot last night?
He got piled into down there and ended up just getting shut off, timed out.
He used to run down at Dunkirk. I think it was a little too much for him. Man, that Lumina looks strong. What kind of wagon is that?
It looks like it's a like a celebrity wagon,
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Celebrity wagon.
Cutlass wagon, early 80s, or excuse me, late 80s, early 90s.
The track does look hard underneath.
Real hard.
That's perfect.
Turns it up.
There it is. You just can't get it going.
Yeah, it's just dogging down every time he hits the throttle.
Looks like a local guy from the sound of the crowd.
Third place will be Matt Gillette. Second will be Rick Kaiser with Aniston. Let's hear it for we clean up the track. All crew members, you must stay off the track.
There's a good look at some of the carnage left out there. So again, the number 87 goes in the book. With the win, we've got the 63, Craig Kaiser, coming in with second place. The 43, Matt Gillette, coming home with third. Good run for that number 87, man. That thing was.
He did very
Rebounded, protected the nose when he had to, especially there at the end.
All right, our top 3 drivers.
So our compacts all wrapped up. We've got the Pro Mods coming up here in just a minute. We've also got the Super Stocks a little bit later on. So we're going to take a quick break, and we will be right back with the next 2 legs of tonight's final encounter, the last event on the schedule for the 2015 Reckless Warrior Tour.
Pro Stockers, put fire in them motors and bring them all in. The Pro class set to go. 5 drivers in this big arena with reinforced cars. This ought to be the sparks of flying. Guys, make sure if you have dentures, you have polygrip on. If not, your teeth will be out in the front row. In the first one into the bull ring. So Italy, Pennsylvania. In the blue and yellow 76. Let's get a big great Stoneboro fair welcome to Andy Ford.
It's a lot of room for only 5 cars.
Oh, yeah.
So along the front fence, I need you to scooch back about 4 or 5 feet for this one, please. Just slide your butts back a little bit because this could get a lot of stuff flying when these guys turn loose. Those of you on the ground, here's the mud in your eye.
This is a nice Imperial ReAir.
From Jackson, sir. There's 717 Casey Smith. Chapman all the way from New Waterford, Ohio, 43.
Chapman with his car from last night.
So Pro Mods, the order on deck right there. Next, Andy Bort going to be driving car number 76, the Psycho car. Rich Reidinger, he's from East Brady. Corey Roman in the number 834. 717 is Casey Smith. Davey Chapman band-aiding his car together from last night in hopes of moving up that ladder and banking a few extra points. Here, this is the finale for the Reckless Warriors Tour. Some of the guys running the Super Stocks last night, fixing them to run Super Stocks again tonight. Davey Chapman instead fixing his car from last night to run the Pro Mods here this evening. So we'll be watching that closely. 5 cars scheduled to go off. All of them able to answer the call.
This is the Pro class. They don't build them any stronger than what you've got in front of you.
So here we go, waiting for the all clear around the perimeter of the track. This is the co-main event of the evening. The 22-car Super Stocks going to cap this evening's action.
Wow. And that's a one and done too, right?
And if Corey Roman does well, it's going to put some pressure. It's going to put some pressure on Mike DeFreesia to come through as well, because he's going into this event down about 3 points. If Corey Roman does well, he wins 11. So it means that Mike DeFreesia has to make up about 15 in his championship.
How's Corey Roman running the next class too, or no?
No,
Just this one?
He's not on the list. You can only declare points in one class anyway.
Okay.
That is Casey Smith in that 717. You can hear his motor over just about everybody's, man. That car is loud. The 834 is the subframe Imperial that used to belong to Mark Ciopa. And he went nose to nose, headlight to headlight. Good shot right there by Corey Roman.
Looks like somebody's lining up for some big hits.
shot to the front end of Ridinger's Yellow Imperial. Has jammed up that right front corner. Really did some damage there. Again, if Corey Roman wins this, that means that Mike DeFrecia has to finish 8th in a 22-car feature to lock up the title. According to our math, that should give him enough points to overtake Corey Roman.
Looks like Chapman's out.
Looks like steering about to become more of a factor for the Psycho car. And that right front tire just dangling basically by the brake line, barely hanging on right now.
Looks like it's about ready to fall right off.
Corey Roman has the right front corner of his bumper stuck in the right, or the left rear wheel opening of the number 717. That's Casey Smith. blow just delivered that right rear corner of the Ridinger car. Now we see the 717 of Casey Smith come blasting across the track, going right through the right side door of that 834. What a shot that was, delivered by Corey Roman. And he's got himself stuck. I gotta believe the tire went over, or excuse me, the bumper went over the tire, and he could be hung now on the 717, able to get himself free. Roman just sending haymakers.
Cars flipping around on 3 wheels. Look at that Psycho car with the tire right off the ground driving around.
Man. They're going for a rollover.
Oh, yeah.
That's the shot to take right there. Get it over that bumper now. Casey Smith is on the clock in his Imperial.
This might be it right here.
Boy, it sounded like two drum trucks coming together. And the nose beginning to go on the 76.
That what you call a one-wheel field now? I've never seen that before. That is great.
What a shot that was, delivered on that left rear corner that's dangling up in the air with the right front wheel laid over on the Ridinger car. Psycho takes a hard blow right in the leaf shackle by Andy Bort. It is Ford versus Imperial right now. Got to be careful with the driver's door there.
Oh, yeah.
Boy, the nose just went right up when those two came together. Oh, yeah. Nose way up in the air on the number 76. And I got to say, typically we talk about how the Fords are more mobile. That Imperial is keeping up plenty easy.
Oh, yeah.
Bort may have stalled. Number 76 trying to refire. And now he is just sitting there ripe for the pickings.
Nice run by Corey Roman.
Give. That wall does not give.
East Brady, Rich Riding here, East Third. The honor winner from Reynoldsville, Pennsylvania, one of the trucks, wins driving the pros.
That was a sweet run by Corey Roman.
That was impressive.
Please stay back. Cruz, you are not allowed on the track. Cruz, you are not allowed on the track. Thank you.
Oh, that probably about worked.
Top three, once your car is off the track, stay with your car, then come up and pick up your prize money. Again, no Cruz on the track. Folks, don't go anywhere. We've got a whole gang of cars.
So now that means Mike DeFriscia has to finish something like 8th in a 22-car feature to come away with the Reckless Warriors Championship. So congratulations to Corey Roman winning 2 features back-to-back nights, taking the trucks last night, and now the Pro Mod class. Andy Bort coming over second, Rich Ridinger running down to third. Had a lot of sparks coming up from underneath that. So we will be right back in a moment with the final event of the night, the final event of the 2015 Reckless Warriors Tour, and the event that will put a cap on the Stoneboro Fair for 2015. So we will be right back with you in just a few moments.
You guys driving home tonight?
Yeah, driving home tonight. So this is it. Ready to roll out with the Super Stocks here at the Stoneboro Fair. Here there is Ron McClung in the 454 coming out onto the track behind him. I believe that is not sure who that was. Don't even see him on the line. Number 13, Tony DeFriscia. Coming out next in the blue and yellow colors. We saw him, or excuse me, blue and silver colors. We saw him in the truck last night as well.
Yep.
Mad Mike DeFriscia in that wagon, pulling out right now. There he is, the potential Reckless Warriors champion. If he can finish inside the top 8. Mike Miller coming out in the 42X, the Autism Awareness car. Rich Cipra, everybody's surprised to see him coming out in the 505. Rick Clark coming out in his Suicide Lincoln. Steve Schultz in car number 50 pulls into his starting slot. Sean Bungard, we saw him in the trucks last night as well, driving a blue Suburban. Most wanted fine art in the YOI car. Jason Sauer again. Here comes the C4, Cody Smith. Number 21 of Anthony Alexander. We've seen him have some good runs this year. This is a Cadillac that we saw run way back at the start of the Reckless Warriors Tour, I believe, for the number 21. David Day has a car together. That looks like a bubble-style Roadmaster, maybe.
Yeah, it is.
And then our number 217. The 310, Randy Braitzel.
I think he forgot his GoPros. Both of them are out.
Josh Kuhns in that number 11. We saw him run in Clarion, I believe, was where we saw that car run last. The 727. Former Keystone National Stock Champion, Chance Smith. James Dugebauer in the 813 coming out. Another one of the wagons. Another one of the box body Ford wagons. Drew Hawk, the Extractor, coming out in the number 1. Dale Myers is going to be in the number Y4. We saw him run last night in the invitation-only class. Waiting to see if he's able to make his way out onto the track.
Definitely going to be crowded out there.
Going to get crowded in a hurry. But there's a lot of room on that end of the track. Off to our left. Off to the left. There's still a lot of room to work with. So expect these guys on the end to drive to that end and then back in. Here we go. Super Stocks ready to take flight here at Stoneboro. The final event of the Reckless Warrior Tour, the last chance to bank points. Watching closely number 2 RF Mike DeFrecia. If he can crack the top 8, I believe, according to our math, he will come away with the first ever Reckless Warriors Tour Championship. A lot of folks watching him. Corey Roman did everything he can. Now it's up to Mike DeFrecia to take it away. We'll count him down one final time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. Absolute chaos as they all start up here as the what is that number C34?
That Diplomat. That looks pretty nice.
Boy, right away, the most wanted fine art car taking a shot. So Mike McAdoo out there in the number 79. Most of the top points guys put their eggs in the basket with a Pro Mod. So right now there's not a lot of other guys that are vying for points. They're sort of just out there looking for a win. Sort of in the way of your point racing like Mike DeFrecia is. Mike, being wise, staying busy down there in the front of the track. Rick Clark hanging out there right next to him as they go drivers door to door right here dead center. We see that 813 car making his way down the track. James Zuckerbowen. David Day hung up on the wall in front of us trying to get himself free. Anthony Alexander comes through to rescue David Day from his perch on the concrete in front of us. As we see the number 50 of Steven Schultz locked nose to nose with that C34 of Cody Smith. Rich Sipper's got some room to work with. You'll see him coming to your frame in a moment. There he is. He's looking at the top of the track, trying to find somebody to hit. Bumps into McAdoo. That's Anthony Alexander, the number 21. Drew Hawk in the number 1, limping by. Boy, did you see the roof peak up? With the number 9186 of Brad McAdam doing some serious damage to the 813. James Dugenbauer. Tony DeFrecia bounces off of the number 217 of David Day and into the side of Anthony Alexander. Now piles into the C34 Cody Smith. Got a red flag situation on the track. Boy, I don't think we've lost anybody yet.
No.
All those cars running pretty strong still. A couple guys starting to push a little water. The most wanted fine art car could be in trouble. On the top of the track, the American flag, you can see it poking above everything. Ready to get back underway, all clear being given around the track.
Pretty good show, I'll say.
Green flag back. Yeah, watching the most wanted fine art car. Looks like we still have everybody as we see David Day take a hard shot in that front corner. That might have knocked the wheel off. That thing is sitting awful funny on that left front side. Rear wheel, not really getting a whole lot of traction to see him leave. Here comes Anthony Alexander. Tony DeFriscia piles into the C34 of Cody Smith. Following him is James Nugenbauer in the number 813. Alexander just clobbered the most wanted fine art car, Jason Sauer. McAdoo piles into the 727. Man, Mike. Mike has got a flat tire. Jason Sowers lost the right rear wheel. Off with the most wanted fine art YOY exclamation point car. Quick stoppage here to remove that wheel and tire combination from the track. We've also got a bumper that has come dislodged out there in the middle of the track. Broke right off at the wheel, didn't it?
Yes, it did. Mad Mike's got a left front out, left front flat.
So at this point, Mad Mike is in preservation mode. We've had very, very little fall off here. Little attrition at this point. So he has got to keep limping that wagon along if he wants a shot at it. Brad McAdams looking good in the 9186 right here in front of us. We see that 310 car up. Randy Brazel. I saw you do that one time, Hank. Clean off a cinder block.
I know. It hurts.
Mike Miller in that 42X. Cody Smith's out there running and moving. Here comes Tony DeFriscia into the front of that C34. Brad McAdams hits Josh Tewins. Driving into the number 11. As a side note, mathematically, we should probably keep an eye on the number 11 of Josh Tewins as well. Josh, at this point, has a mathematical shot of winning this. In the event, Mike DeFriscia goes down 8, taking only 15 points. And Tewins made it through tech inspection on the first try. He's only 23 points off the pace. If Tewins can come away with a top 4 finish and DeFriscia finishes 8th or worse, 7th or worse, 4th. Forcing Tewins to move up into the top 3. Tewins has a shot at winning the overall title still as well, jumping from 4th to the win.
He does.
Watching Tewins right now in the white number 11. It's a white Cadillac. He is nose right in just above the number 2R. mud bath. I got a little bit of that down the dash. Boy, the number 50 just come crashing through there. Rick Clark with a nice Steven Schultz in the 50. The nose is really jacked up on that thing. Fire out there. Guess not. Looking right down in the cockpit of the number 13, Tony DeFriscia.
That A13 wagon's just getting taller and taller.
DeFriscia's got himself in a little bit of a bad spot right there in the middle. We've been out here for about 15 minutes now. And at this point, officially, I believe we've only lost 2 cars. Jason Sauer in that most wanted find out entry, and then the 727 of Chance Smith, also been idle a long time at the top of the track. As we look across, we still see Mike DeFriscia in the middle of that, Ron McClung in the 454. Drew Hawk is the car front and center of the one. I believe that's Brad McAdams here that you can see the red hood straps on. Jim Neugebauer in that 813. That's the box wagon with the orange nose. You can see poking through there as well. The 505 of Rich Sipper is just off to the left of your screen. He's having trouble getting hung up, off the wall, I should say. Lost track of David Day in the 217. I haven't seen him in the last few minutes. I thought that perhaps Ron McClung was out, but it looks like he's still out there. I see the 42X still in the mix. So waiting the all clear from around the track to get back to green flag conditions. Flags are up around the track. Looks like we are just about ready to get back underway. Tunes just tagged the number 2 of Mad Mike DeFriesha. And he's going to do it again, going right after him. That actually knocked him free. On fire, going up in flames right there, dead in front of us. That is Josh Tuins. We saw that last night. That exact same looking fire when it turned out it was a crack in the transmission housing. So, got to safely assume that that was a lot of pressure built up in that transmission as he flew backwards, and it was dumping that oil every place as it spun all over in there. Probably got on the stacks and was causing the flame to come up all over. Now as we see that continuing to persist, got to believe that is a broken transmission for the number 11 of Josh Kuhn. Saw that happen in the 002 with Steve Siopa last night. It looked exactly the same as that. The heat and pressure was pushing a couple drips and drops of fluid out that crack. It looked just like molten metal pouring out of there. We'll have to see if he's able to refire it. Lots of smoke starting to now emanate from that number 11, dead center in front of us. Josh Kuhns was the only other driver that had a mathematical shot at winning the championship that was on the track. Drew Hawk and Tony DeFriesha just followed Mike DeFriesha's lead and piled right into that number 11. Now DeFriesha puts a shot on the right front corner of that 813. Fire again, that's going to do it for Josh Kuhns, I believe. 2 fires and you are done on the Reckless Warriors Tour. Trying to monitor if it's on fire. Confirmation it is. It looks like he's all done. Stick is down on the number 11.
Definitely going to go with that transmission.
Do not want to fire
There goes Josh Kuhns getting out of the number 11. Tough break for him. Had a mathematical shot at winning that championship. Not really sure how the cards are going to fall right now, to be honest, because I can't see that far into the track. See who is and isn't out right now, or unofficially, according to our count. It looks like he's going to go down 19th, or excuse me, rather 20th overall.
Looks like Mad Mike is hung up on a bumper.
Mike's got himself hung up pretty good.
Stuck right above his right front tire.
Now he's got to be patient here. He can't hone on it too much. Here comes help. That might have been enough to get him free.
Nah, it's wedged right behind that tire pretty good. On the passenger side.
Heads up driving. There he is. He's free. That's Rick Clark on the top of the screen. We see him picking his shots. That flat left front tire is doing Mike DeFriesche no favors. Coming up on 20 minutes now. 25 minutes on the track. DeFriesche trying to get out of Dodge. Drew Hawk still out there, making active contact.
That didn't sound good.
Brian McAdams just delivered a hard shot on the right rear corner of Rick Sipra's 505. Anthony Alexander down here laboring to get refired as we see Mike DeFresia going at it with the number 102 and the 13. What a blow that was, right against the fence. Tony DeFresia takes a shot from Rick Clark. Thank you for clearing that one up. Couldn't get my words out there fast enough. Neugebauer being counted out now in the 813. There goes DeFresia going into the left front corner of the Brad McAdams entry, 91.86. Right now, unofficially, regardless of anything that happens from here on out, I believe Mike DeFresia is your Reckless Warriors champion. There's about 7 cars left on the track at this point.
As Rick Clark pushes his way through.
That Suicide's got some power.
Oh, yeah.
Baldwin motor in that, I believe. Drew Hawks out there running, moving, got a good run going for himself in the number 1. Mike DeFresia heading down the track to join the rest of the fray. Tony DeFresia has to do likewise now. Zipper now has been able to turn the tide on Drew Hawk as we see the 42X of Matt Miller piling in behind Drew Hawk in that number 1. Here comes Rick Clark. Chooses not to hit the 13, trying to get more of a running ramp here as he backs it up. .505 of Cipra could be in trouble again, trying to get it to refire. Flames now shooting out of the stacks. Rick Clark spins the suicide around. He's got the wick all the way turned up now. Goes right after the number 13. Good shot. And that does not box in the number 2 of Mike DeFricia, Cipra, and Drew Hawk. Excuse me, not Cipra. The 42 out there still running Drew Hawk as well. Matt Miller in the 42. Drew Hawk having a great run in that number 1. Be cool to see him win. Rick Clark looking for his second win on the Reckless Warriors Tour. That is the 3/4 car. Rather, the 1/4 car of Dale Alexander. So the 4 remaining are the 13 of Tony DeFricia, the number 100 of Rick Clark, Drew Hawk in the 1, and Mad Mike DeFricia in the number 2 are. At this point, mathematically, he should be in position to take that championship. We've lost Matt Miller in the 42. We are down to 4.
Rick Clark's tire just broke off.
Right front wheel, yup, that has fallen off of the number 100.
Man, they ripped the front wheel off of Clark's car.
So now Mike DeFricia trying to make his way to the finish. He is down to 3rd at this point at the worst. Look at the shudder and shake on the number 108 of Rick Clark.
of the two Friscos or whatever. Nope, nope.
Drew Hawk now getting picked on a little bit down there in the corner. They're trying to box him in. Number 13, Tony DeFriscia. He's going to want to come away with a win in this thing, too. So we're watching close as this comes to pass. Playing out. Look at the motor shake on the number 1 of Drew Hawk. Hawk trying to leave town now. Get some room to work with the back end severely damaged on Drew Hawk's number 1.
Time to use the front end.
Your favorite part of the night. Time to use the nose.
Time to use the nose.
Drew Hawk blasts the front end of DeFriscia and the number 13. Tony DeFriscia, Mike DeFriscia, and Drew Hawk. Right now, the ones remaining on the track as we look to crown the inaugural Reckless Warriors champion here in the final night of action here at the Great Stoneboro Fair. It's a transmission game now.
That flat tire ain't helping Mike any at all.
No. He's also looks like he's hung up on the front end of the.
He's hung up on that tire that they took off of Rick Clark's car.
There he is. Now he's back down on the ground. Frame now driving right into the dirt as we see DeFriscia chasing after Drew Hawk. Gets a hold of him, drives him, spins him into circle. Tony DeFriscia trying to refire to no avail. Drew Hawk still giving up the back as Mike DeFriscia looks awful good for Mad Mike in the number 2R. That sounds an awful lot like a bad transmission to me.
Yes, it does.
Boy, Mad Mike doing a great job staying right on him, not giving him a whole lot of space to work with.
Yes, he
Just
is.
keeps pounding away, pounding away.
He's doing an awesome job. You gotta watch it over there. There's a bumper on the ground. One of those guys run that over, it could be a game changer.
DeFriscia not in a good spot right now at all, especially with that flat tire. Trying to work himself free, throws in reverse. They've gone through that passage before, but he was a little sideways that time through. As he went backwards, now he's trying to find the best way to handle this because he is squarely in the crosshairs. Tried to do a slip move and get around the nose of Drew Hawk. Now he's in a little bit better situation, side by side with Drew Hawk. Drew Hawk backs it up, trying to find some room to work with. There is nothing left in the back of Drew Hawk's car. The frame rails are in the dirt. Coming up on close to 40 minutes now out here. So we see Drew Hawk now behind the number 2R of DeFreesia. DeFreesia backs it up. They meet nose to nose. The nose of the number 1 machine wiggled a little bit on that shot. DeFreesia again going after the sides, trying to open up that rear wheel is what he's doing to get a shot on that axle. Knock the drive out of the number 1 of Drew Hawk. The extractor now trying to peel his way out of that hole. This is turning into a bit of a motor game now as they once again lock horns nose to nose, trying to heat up the transmission in the other individual's car. Hawk limping forward again. DeFreesia squarely on the trunk. Good shot right there on that right rear corner. Again, now he backs it up. DeFreesia goes after the nose, doesn't get contact, drives forward. Again, it's a swing and a miss, using the back end again, takes a shot on that right side. Drew Hawk trying to pack in the number 2. That turned DeFreesia. So now he can back up. He's got a little bit more to work with. He can escape a little bit here. As we see DeFreesia trying to back it up, trying to get away. Hung briefly on the 505 of Rich Stipper. Takes a shot on the passenger side one more time.
These people definitely got their money's worth tonight. This is a
awesome show.
Very good show.
As we're watching Mike DeFreesia now chasing in the number 1 of Drew Hawk.
Nose to nose now. Looks like Mike might have stalled. Oh, got it going again. guys seem to be going at it by themselves for about 10 minutes now.
What a slugfest this has turned into. Drew Hawk refusing to blink as he's chased by, right now, what appears to be unofficially the first ever Reckless Warriors champion in Mad Mike DeFriscia. We tried that fuel cell joke last night and it went over like a lead balloon.
Yeah.
DeFriscia has gone all year winless on the Reckless Warriors Tour. Has not had a win yet. Been just finishing consistently. And even had a hiccup there in the Jefferson County Fair, finishing 8th, but he was saved because if there's fewer than 10 cars on the track, the point system changes. It's almost essentially half, so you only get 11 points for winning it. And then Todd Sayopel came away with a win in that event. So it only cost him a very scant amount of points, even though David Day was there, couldn't get the car to the track, leaving with only 9 on the field. Once again, we're back to the transmission battle, locked nose to nose.
Might turn into a fuel gain.
They're both pushing pretty good steam right now.
Oh, yeah.
It looks like Hawk is having trouble keeping his cleared out. It might have just stalled for him. You can see that the smoke was surging out of the stacks right there in the center. Mike DeFriscia, he smells blood in the water, backing it up. He's just turned up the wick, trying to get him to stall it out one more time. Good shot. Drew Hawk has it refired now.
He's got that rear quarter open. He's almost to the tire now.
Mike DeFriscia, probably the most patient feature we've seen him run this year on the Reckless Warriors Tour. He has been at all the shows, chasing down that title as he goes nose to nose again. I mean, certainly he's been the aggressor as these two battle. The engine stalls one more time, kicks off for Drew Hawk.
Started to make that squeaky noise.
Does have a funny sound to it, doesn't it? You can hear it. It's got a really shrill noise. That could just be pulleys rubbing on something in the core support. But with the way that it's laboring so much.
Drew Hawk is getting real hot right now. Real hot.
Also, he's got smoke coming from the firewall. I don't know if you noticed that. There's very, very deep smoke coming from between the hood and the firewall. So we could be seeing a transmission problem developing as well. DeFriscia right now beating the odds with that flat left front tire. He's been able to endure thus far. There's a good look. Mike DeFriscia still going at it. Just driving through the back end. What he's doing now, he's trying to make those arches get a little bit too much pressure on him and trying to stress out that rear end. Hopefully that can push those arches forward, get that to roll over, and it'll spit the drive shaft. I believe there are a lot of sliders in this division, so it's got to come off a long way, but nonetheless. The nose starting to come up. The back end starting to roll over. Anything can happen on those tail shafts.
Yes, it can.
So DeFriscia again just laying on the 11, just wearing him out, making him use his transmission to carry the weight around. Did they just get stuck together? Those two might be hung together at this point. DeFriscia obviously was the most more aggressive of the two. He's really been on Drew Hawk, especially since the 2 times when Hawk has stalled. We've had about 3 minutes elapsed since that happened.
Oh, he's hung up. This isn't good.
Stuck pretty firmly in the rear end. Looks like we're just about done here. Yeah, that does not sound good.
No, it does not.
Man.
That definitely does not sound good.
Looking good for Mike DeFriesche. You can see his fans in the background. Flags in hand. The team storming the track.
Not like winning the final one and the championship.
Close that out in decisive fashion as we watch the team celebrating a popular win for Mike DeFriesche.
Stay back while we clear the track. Top 3 drivers after you go off of the track, then come up and pick up your paychecks. Again, top 3 drivers.
What?
Stay with your cars.
Huh?
Mad Mike. Unofficially, it looks like Mad Mike.
Thanks for coming out, folks. Hope you have a wonderful time. Do me a favor.
Well, they are already signing off here, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Unofficially going in the book, it will be Mike DeFriesche coming home with the win and most likely the Reckless Warrior Championship. What a great time this has been.
Yes, it has.
Coming down here for
Definitely
the
a
Great
good show.
Stoneboro Fair. What a show this was. And Mike DeFriesche did what he had to do and closed it out in style. Corey Roman wins.
Yes,
he answered with a win of his own. So again, going in the books, most likely have to wait for official tallies to come back from upstairs. But that's going to do it for us here trackside. Got to start making tracks back towards New York as we get ready for September the 19th.
Yes, sir.
Kings of Old School, where Donnie Hartzell is going to be in action. Hank will be joining me in the announcing booth.
I will.
There.
I'll be there.
The, Kings of Old School 2. That's going to do it for us. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Thank you again to all the great sponsors who help make the Reckless Warrior Tour possible. Big Rock Derby Products, derbyparts.com. Near It, Ski Inc., Redline Racing Engines, and HLK Derby Rims, DK Derby Tire, M&M Boys, Derby Products, DPE Derby Products, Sunoco Apple Tractor, and of course the Keystone Nationals making all this possible with Bo Lockwood and Bo Lockwood Motorsports. Once again, appreciate it. Going away with the win, Mike DeFriesche here as we wrap up at the Great Stoneboro Fair. Thanks a lot, and we will see you right back here again in 2016 as we get ready to crown the next round of Reckless Warrior Tour champions.